Good evening. Welcome to our meeting tonight. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Can I call action 1.02 to approve agenda? Move it.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 5-0-0. In the event of an emergency tonight and we have to evacuate the building, we can move over to the left to door 6. You can go out the main library doors, go to either side, go right to the doors, outside the doors, as far away from the building as possible. Would you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We don't have anybody signed up for public forum this evening. I'd like to move action 1.06, approve the June 11th regular meeting minutes. Move it. Second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 5-0-0. President's report this evening, we are just looking at our July meetings. Our reorg meeting will be July 9th. We will start at 5, followed by our regular Board of Education meeting. And then July 23rd's meeting is tentative. The district will let us know if we need to come in and make any approvals for positions hired. So just kind of keep that on your agenda just in case we need to come in.
We would know that probably by the 16th or the 17th, that week before Wednesday or Thursday, so board members will know well in advance if we need to do that.
Okay, well thank you. And with that, we'll move on to the superintendent's report.
Okay.
Mr. Calvito?
Thank you, Mrs. Alvador. Well, I'd like to just thank all our students and our staff and our families and our parents for a very good year. It's hard to believe we've already completed another school year, 23-24. A lot of great learning experience, achievements, accomplishments throughout the course of the district. Had the opportunity to attend a lot of events, things like that. The last one I attended was one of the elementary moving up ceremonies yesterday. Hundreds of people lining up in front of one of the elementary schools, out in lawn chairs as each of their students came down the sidewalk and were acknowledged for their accomplishments and what their favorite things were this year and what they're looking forward to as they transition to junior high. So it was a great thing, and we also had a number of other, all the elementary schools did them yesterday. Junior high did an event yesterday, so a lot of things going on. And a lot of accomplishments. I just want to extend my appreciation and thanks to everybody that's involved in the educational experience, and thank you to the board for your support and your endeavors throughout the course of the year as well. I'd also like to congratulate Ms. Papalardo on 3 years of service. She wasn't able to be here this evening, but thank you for her service and what she brought to the board. Lots of different perspectives, and really saw her grow as a board member. I'm going to miss her. And also Harper Ellis. Thank you as our student representative. It's hard to believe 1 year on the board already, and I remember last year as a junior you were here quite a bit as well. So thank you for all you're doing. College must be approaching very quickly here in the coming weeks and months, right? Yeah. So thank you. You brought a great perspective. You shared throughout the course of the year perspectives of students on some pretty challenging and issues that we were facing. So thank you on behalf of the Fulton City School District serving as our board member. I'm sure there'll be others that will comment afterwards, but I wanted to acknowledge. So thank you to both Jess and Harper for all that you've done. So thank you so much. With that, we'll go on to our first item this evening is our Strategic Coherence Plan 2024-29. Thank you. So, we'll go on to the next slide there, Dr. Lacey. Thank you. Our mission, vision, and values are up there. We were not changed. We did look at them. We've spent the last 18 months really working on this, and you'll see on the next page all of the different components that were involved. Our data review team, we did a lot of data review, District Coherence Council, District Joint Site-Based Committee, Elementary Curriculum Council, Secondary Curriculum Council. The councils have representatives from all of the schools, elementary and the secondary schools that are attendance at those meetings. Professional Development Committee, District School Culture Committee, Title I Family Advisory, School Culture Student Advisory, building level committees. We also took the survey responses that we did in the fall and the spring both years. Obviously, this year would have been the fall. We just are getting the spring ones in. The survey's closed. You saw the data on those. We are getting over 50% responses from students and staff. We're about 20-25% for parents and families. So that's an area we're going to continue to work on in those areas. But all of that information then culminated on to the next slide, please, which results in, Mr. Hendrickson, if you could come up. We're going to divide this up a little bit and start having some of the new team start expressing and sharing what's going on. So Mr. Hendrickson.
Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I guess I'm part of that new team, huh?
Yep.
So, a big part of our strategic coherence plan is looking at the framework, the three concentric circles, being culture, systems, and structures, and then the learning, wellness, and life pathways for the kids, kind of being centered on each other, sitting together and kind of working together. Gene? Thank you. New York State came out with the Portrait of a Graduate. These 7 areas are really what we're going to focus on within that center circle, the student learning piece of that. So each of these are treated individually, but if you notice kind of the coloring of the circle is also intentional. They kind of bleed into each other and work together. Those things, each one of those 7 areas kind of function together to create that overall learner. So that, if you think of our center circle, that green circle in the middle, this is really what it's about. This is what New York State is saying we need to focus on, these 7 areas for our learning pathways. And that will be the rest of the structural systems and culture that we build will be around this circle in the middle. So you can kind of see how that fits within that middle circle, if that helps, to look at the Portrait of a Graduate and how that fits within our system here in Fulton. Okay. So the outcomes that we're looking at are school experiences that are relevant, engaging, foster a sense of belonging and purpose for every one of our students. Every student is an engaged learner who's well prepared for their future. Every member of the school community feels safe and valued as an essential partner. And the school district is innovative, proactive, and accountable within this. Those are the 4 elements, the 4 outcomes that we're looking for within our strategic coherence plan. That is the very simplified version of what each of the 4 elements is. So the experiences are relevant, students are engaged, every member of our school community is part and essential of what we're doing, and we're being innovative and proactive in what we do and accountable for what we do. So the first thing that we did as an administrative team was we looked at how we're going to get the messaging out there. This is a big plan, there's a lot to it, and we wanted to make sure that we had the big ideas, we're all attacking this from the same angle and looking at those big ideas within this complex framework and trying to simplify the essence of what we're looking at. So the idea of 3 is, it's easy to follow, it's easier to remember, it gives us consistent language when we're talking about this, so it's a little bit more clear and has people wanting to ask questions and think about how this plan works for them and their kids. So the first of the 3, the Strategic Coherence Plan, is developed or designed to create a shared understanding and collective commitment to systems and practices that promote high levels of learning and growth for every student. So the idea is, over this 5-year plan, it gives us guidance on what we need to do for our students' learning, where we're going to put our resources, and empowering our students and staff ownership over what they're doing in school. School isn't happening to them, they're happening to school. They're working on goals, and they're having input and driving what's going on with their learning. The second, the Fulton City School District will prioritize its role as the community centerpiece by enhancing partnerships to ensure students are well prepared for their future and develop our belief in the power of our impact, produce high levels of learning, hope for the future, and growth for our students. In other words, getting our kids ready to graduate, ready for life, validating their voices, working on their goals, looking at those pieces, enhancing our educator training so that our teachers are supporting our kids in their goals and their learning, and then boosting student engagement so that they want to come to school, they're excited to be part of the learning, and again, they're happening to the learning instead of the learning just happening to them. They're more active rather than passive in their learning and what happens at school. The third is that the Fulton City School District Strategic Awareness Plan is based on the strengths and needs of its students and provides direction, structure, systems, and promotes accountable actions that guide the entire school community to achieve consistent and effective results. This is that systems and structures, that middle circle. This helps to set clear goals for higher levels of learning, connect and engage each one of our students and their families, the greater Fulton City School District and its community around it to help meet the needs of our kids, and then empowering our teachers to be curious, reflective, take chances, try and figure out what our kids need, and then be able to respond to the needs of each and every one of our kids.
We're going to kick off the implementation of our strategic coherence plan at our district building leader summits, this summer leadership retreat on July 8th and 9th. We're going to unpack the plan together to ensure that all the building plans are consistent and we're having the same set of expectations for the goals that we develop at each one of the levels. And then when we come back from the retreat, we'll kick off the unpacking again with our culture and leadership meetings on the 16th and the 10th. And then throughout the whole summer, we're going to embed the framework during our summer PD. Progress towards our goals will be measured using multiple indicators throughout the year, using annually, semi-annually, quarterly, and then at each one of the building school improvement meetings, we will identify individual components. So each building will have criteria at the school level, department level, grade level, and team. We're also going to be having our teachers and students creating goals. And then we're going to take all that information and put it into one monitoring tracking system. So during our universal meetings and our district universal meetings, our building universal meetings, and our reports to the board, we will be able to document our progress, reflect on it, and make adjustments to our programs as we go through the year.
So if there's a picture that you get stuck in your mind, it should be those three circles, and then really replace that middle circle with a portrait of a graduate. So if you get to understand the seven elements of the portrait of a graduate, that's really where we want to drive our kids. We want them to be well-rounded in their learning, what they're doing, how they're problem solving, how they're thinking, how they're functioning socially, emotionally, academically, and that's what the portrait of a graduate is all about. So the systems and structure that we build around that and the culture that surrounds us all is what's going to help push our kids forward as we have this plan for the next 5 years.
Dr. Lisi, can you go back a slide or two and link on the right-hand or left-hand side, you see where it's strategic coherence plan? That'll be the link, right, Mrs. Geithner? So if when you're looking at this, whether you're in the public or you're at the board, if you link on the strategic coherence plan, it'll be on our website much more prominent. But if you were looking this evening or wanted to look, if you could click on that, please.
See what will show up there. We're going to try.
So what it does, this is learner outcome 1. So this actually outlines the goals and the other the supporting action steps that will go along with this. What we plan to do with the board, if this works for you, is that at each meeting coming up, starting with the next one, we'll unpack each one of these at a meeting, because there's a lot of information. You think about teams spent months and months putting these pieces together. So what we're going to do is we'll unpack it with you. You can see, I can't see that. Probably should put my glasses on this evening. Apologize for that, so I can't read them to you. But what it does, it actually sets goals. There's a section here where every student will have individualized goals. The other piece that the board had made very clear that in the last plan that we really built in a section of this to really do data reporting and data monitoring, so that the sheet that Dom shared with you, when we were going through in the last, where you saw the spreadsheet that looked something like this. This is the document that we'll be using to monitor throughout the course of the year and so if things are being measured on a quarterly basis, we'll be able to share them exactly where we're on the goals. Same thing for mid-year and end of the year. So this will be a better tracking system for the data. And it'll be broken more. This is showing beginning and end, but there'll be more goals in there, if I'm correct, Mrs. Geithner, for quarterlies. Do you want to speak to this at all?
So there are incremental reviews that we put in place
each goal has its own, I guess, time frame for review, or each action step rather, at every indicator, but at least mid-year and end of year each year. So we'll have the beginning where we started, and we've begun to populate based on the data that's coming in from the end of this year, what our starting point or what our baseline is, end of 23-24, and then the immediate column next to that is what is the long-range five-year goal that we're trying to reach. So, and then incremental progress along the way can be measured as well and documented. And this will be a publicly shared way of tracking our progress.
Right, you heard.
Are these the actual indicators that you're going to use?
Mm-hmm.
But this is just a question. So, for example, 100% of students will demonstrate growth in the social emotional competencies from the beginning of the year based on New York State standards. So you're going to have how many social emotional learning outcomes or benchmarks are there, and to create a goal has to be measurable, right? And so this is a long-term goal. And I know even with my kids who are older, developing a goal, a good goal, an achievable goal, is something to be taught all in itself. So this is a long-term year goal. Do you think that's attainable, or do we have a plan to make smaller goals to reach the end?
So the 100% is our 5-year plan, right? 100% of students by the end of the 5 years, and there will be incremental. So for example, just demonstrating growth doesn't dictate a specific level that they have to achieve, but they're growing from their starting point. So the very first primary action step in outcome 1 is to develop a system to routinely set goals, which includes explicitly teaching kids how to do it. So in order for us to achieve some of these indicators, we have to focus on the primary action steps. How do we get to goal setting that's effective? We use explicit instruction in it, regular review of those, and so those will be built into the action steps that are in there. And these get further refined when you get down to the building level and to the grade level specifically. So in the building teams, I believe, as Jeff and Renee mentioned, our building teams are all coming together for a common planning day in July, where they're focused on the strategic plan and then how they will begin to develop their individual building goals based on their own data. And then that will get further refined at the grade level, at the department, at the individual team level, and then at the individual staff member and student level. So it is incremental over time. But for example, the growth in the social emotional development, we use BIMAS right now, which measures social emotional competency that's aligned with the New York State standards. So that could be one way we look at growth. Where did they start in those competencies, and did they demonstrate growth? Because there's a score affiliated with that in that assessment.
And we're doing this on top of everything else. So 100% of our kids are going to be doing this.
Right, and we developed this with a lot of feedback from a lot of stakeholders about things that are already in place, or at least partially in place. So how do we build on the strengths that already exist to get to these achievable action steps?
Is there? I saw that we have the groups involved, the stakeholder groups. Do you see the same people in those groups? I know a lot of time you have a lot of the same, not just Fulton, everywhere professionally, a lot of the same people are in the group, so you sort of maintain, and you don't, it's harder to think outside the box when you don't have new, fresh minds coming in. Do we have different people?
I think that we do have some of the same people who come to the district level committees. I think we have a much more diverse voice at the building level committees, and when we look at things like our joint DCC and site-based, we had over 100 people in the cafeteria, and they weren't always the same people that we see on a regular basis.
For meetings.
For me, yes. Right. There were some new voices at the table, and I think that's also one of the reasons why multiple points of input, like the surveys, are really important, because we hear survey
we get survey responses from people who don't necessarily come to meetings.
Right, and we're looking at a way to increase that anyways, because it's reaching 20% of our families.
Right, but also student surveys, which we get
50% of our
yes,
students.
Yeah.
So on the strategic, the first round, I'm noticing that our core group, they're the same community members, maybe? I mean, obviously, I know we've had different board members go in and out, but are we still kind of around the same, or have we brought new people into the strategic?
We've had some varying attendance, but it's still very limited. And so that committee in itself is one of the things that I know Mr. Polvino and the team has talked about. How do we create more participation in some of those opportunities from different voices? And we're encouraged by the growth of participation in parent groups at some of our buildings, because that's another great source of additional perspective and input.
Do we have students on that committee?
Yes.
Yes.
What groups are we seeing more parents involved in?
Well, I'll celebrate one that we just talked about. The Fairgrave Parent Group is kind of having a revitalization, and while it is not, and that's just one example, and I'm sharing it because it's the most recent one in my memory. That is not a huge group, but they are growing and evolving, and it's nice to see that being cultivated by some new events and other things that are going on in the building and bringing more and different people in. And I would say that's true of our elementary groups in particular. Our secondary schools continue to try to find new ways to bring families into things like parent groups or parent meetings. Site-based is another great example. I would say our site-based teams are also very active and have some different members who are coming to the table, which is nice to see.
When I was involved in the parent group a million years ago, we really wanted, and we had discussed ways to try to meet with the other parent groups to see what they're doing, to see what's working, to see what's effective in that, but we didn't get there. We didn't really have a chance to collaborate. We didn't have anybody higher up, just us to help set that up. I think doing that with finding support for them to be able to get together and collaborate, same with site-based and things like that, would be a real good step forward to get parent involvement and see what's working in just the different schools and things like that. So that may be something we're going to consider in the future.
I know that was powerful when we brought the site-based teams together for the meetings that we had this year. Those two meetings where we filled the cafeteria, the conversation was so powerful because so many different voices were involved.
And I will say
mix the
that,
groups.
because I'm our representative for the committee, that most meetings I go to, even when we did the one, I think it was last year with the city, I knew every single person, what their occupation was, what was going on. I can say for those big meetings where we brought in the site-based teams, we even had kids showed up that were just at the high school that participated, that I maybe knew maybe 50, somewhere between 40 to 60%. And that's really, I think, good for us because we're drawing different times. And I can tell you, there were not a consistent group. So we'd have people that, maybe were at one meeting, they weren't at the next, and vice versa. So I would say between that and the fact that we count off 1, 2, 3, 4, Mrs. Geik is famous for that. And she splits us up and makes us talk with people we might not normally engage with, so that when we're talking about these things, we're getting different perspectives and it's not just, one person in the group, leading everything. So I would say those were some of the positives that I saw with this group that in some other groups I haven't seen. So that was a good piece for us.
Thank you.
So is the board comfortable with unpacking one at a time? I think that would be the best because that'll allow you to really focus on one outcome at a time because they're pretty meaty. But I think, as Jen, your question was a good one. Those goals bubble all the way down to the individual kid. And how do you teach that? Because that's where it starts.
Yep.
So,
okay.
Yep.
Sounds good.
All right. So we'll do one at each of the meetings. Meeting by mid-September, we will be done covering it. And that allows you to really get in depth and get a bigger understanding or a deeper understanding as well. Okay, thank you. Second item this evening is the 2024 Professional Development Plan. Or did you put up Title I?
It's coming, professional development.
Okay. I caught it out of my periphery. And I believe that'll be Mrs. Geithner and Mrs. Geithner.
Lots of help from my friends, I'm sure. So every year we bring to you a professional development plan for your review and adoption. We'll be asking that you please adopt this at your reorganizational meeting, but I wanted to provide you with some background on how we got to this year's plan. Again, our mission, vision, and values are driving this work consistently. I do want to take an opportunity and thank the members of the Professional Development Committee who meet regularly throughout the year. This is a contractual committee, and the membership is designated within the terms of the contract, and we are fortunate to have representation from every building in a variety of roles. And the work that they do is really focused on what is it that our district needs out of professional development, what are the needs the staff have identified as high priorities for themselves, and then what does the student data tell us about learning needs of our students that should also drive professional development. So again, our PD plan focus is around this strategic coherence plan and specifically around the professional development that has been identified within the plan. It is linked, so you do have this in your backup, and I don't need to read through all of the elements of the plan, but the plan is formatted to be compliant with and consistent with approval by state ed for our district to be an authorized provider of continuing teacher leader education. So for all of our certificated staff, they have to continue their professional learning and have 75 hours of professional development over every 5-year registration period. And the professional development we provide within the district meets that criteria, and they can use that to continue to advance their certification. One of the major areas of focus this year, and you heard Mr. Hendrickson talk about it in the strategic coherence plan presentation, is our focus on collective efficacy, which really means how do we leverage our collective power to have positive impact on student learning. And there are conditions that promote collective efficacy within a school system that are listed there for you. And this is really based on the research of John Hattie. And they identified collective efficacy as one of the single most powerful and impactful educational components that increase student achievement. Based on the research, it's 3 times more powerful and predictive of student achievement than their socioeconomic status. It's more than double the effect of any prior achievement a student has experienced, triple the effect of home environment and parental involvement, and greater than 3 times more predictive than student motivation, concentration, persistence, and engagement. And again, this is based on Hattie's meta-analysis, which is a study that has been, at the forefront of educational research for years. So this is the most updated version. And we've been doing some work, laying the groundwork around collective efficacy this past school year. It is also aligned with Portrait of a Graduate, consistent with our strategic coherence plan and the direction that the New York State Department of Education and the Board of Regents is going with what we expect students to know and be able to do when they leave us. And some highlights around our PD plan, not just the plan that we're putting before you for approval at your next meeting, but also what has come out of the Professional Development Committee. So this past school year, we've offered 19 different study group opportunities, and they were really based on staff-generated submissions. So we have a process where staff members can say, we want to learn more about this, and they'll submit a proposal for approval. Study groups, some of the criteria were making sure they were aligned to our strategic coherence plan. And this school year, we had more than 470 registrations complete study groups. That is a duplicated count because some people took more than one, but totally 740 registrations. Our study groups also incorporated not just learning about something, but going out and trying it in the classroom or with students in practice, and then coming back and debriefing with your colleagues about whether it went well, whether something needed to be tweaked, and sharing experiences that benefited the whole group. And they've been really popular this year, and we would like to continue study groups into the next school year. If you could click, Dr. Lisi, on that link there, just take you to, this is our study group site. So this is how our staff find out about what's offered, and if you could just click on the instruction catalog up at the top for me, please. This is just gives you an example, if you could scroll down, sort of what types of topics, and this site is updated regularly. It's available to our staff. It provides information about how they register, what the meeting dates are, et cetera. So it's a one-stop shop for study groups. It's linked directly to our PD site, which is part of our Fulton staff resource page.
About how many hours are each study group?
They range, so what we offered this past year was we tried something a little bit different. Credit hours are measured in units of 12 hours. For 36 hours equals 3 credit hours. So what we found was a lot of staff had interest in participation, but couldn't always commit to 12, 24, or 36 hours on a specific topic. So we created modules that could be done in as few as 1 hour up to 36 hours. And they could be mixed and matched in order for staff members to have experiences that were tailored to their needs. So we came to the conclusion as a committee that a little bit of learning, was a good way, bite-sized learning was a good way to approach this. And we had very positive feedback. And what ended up happening is there was a literacy study group, for example, that Mrs. Hendrickson facilitated along with some of our coaches. And they chunked that into 2-hour sections and strung them all together for a total of 36 hours over the school year. So you could take all or part, but it was a good way, I think, to expose our staff to some of these effective practices.
Is there a limit per staff member, how many hours they can take?
Not currently. Yeah.
Is it possible, I know one thing we do with our education is we record our meetings so staff can go back later and we watch it, we're able to attend. Is that something that's possible to people who might not be able to attend, every meeting but still want to participate?
We do that for professional development, but we have not done that for study groups. And study groups is really about that interactive learning piece, and that's how you earn credit for it. So that's something we could take back to the committee if people just wanted to see it for their information rather than as a credit-bearing opportunity. We could certainly take a look at whether we could pull that off. So study groups lead us to our summer PD offerings. And again, I want to thank the Professional Development Committee for the work, and as well as the director team and the instructional coaches, our facilitators and principals who put a lot of work into the offerings. We are offering 49 different sessions this summer. Really scheduled them to meet the needs of our staff. They are again aligned with our multi-tiered system of support focus that we've had in place for the previous 2 summers, and with our strategic plan, the new strategic plan. The Professional Development Committee really got input throughout the year. We kept a running list of topics that was added to throughout the year. And these sessions are going to be offered, again, mix or match in 3 or 6 hour increments, because our staff members, per the Fulton Teachers Association contract, have up to 2 days or 12 hours of professional learning. And we will run sessions from July 2nd through August 20th, and we tried to run them, many of them at least twice, so that if you couldn't make one set of dates, you could potentially make another. Our staff from Fulton, many of our staff members will be presenters this summer, and we'll be accessing the expertise at City BOCES and taking advantage of some of their professional development offerings too. They will facilitate. And when we first put this out, I think was June 11th, or I'm sorry, no, as of June 22nd, there were 302 educators registered for summer meeting.
And each staff member can do up to 12 hours?
Up to 12 hours. They can take more. They can be compensated for up to 12.
Okay.
You can take as many summer sessions as you're interested in, and we can compensate for up to 12 hours.
Do we also offer this to our TAs and?
Any member of the Fulton Teachers Association, so teachers, TAs, student support professionals, speech and language pathologists, and nurses are included. Some additional, outside of those per diem days, some additional offerings that we have this summer. On Thursday, Meeting the Needs of All Academy, which is focused on best practices in special education, some English language learner strategies. 117 people are registered for that on Thursday. We are sending a group of our math folks, and not just math specialists, but people who are passionate about math, to a Solution Tree Math at Work conference that City BOCES is sponsoring this summer. We have 10 participants going there. We are continuing our training in letters, language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling. Volume 1 and 2 are offered by City this summer. We currently have 17 teachers who haven't taken it previously registered for this summer. We have 2 groups pursuing therapeutic crisis intervention, both initial certification and recertification, that will happen this summer, and our new educator orientation is scheduled for August 21st.
For our letters program, do we still, when we have new staff coming on, are we sending them as they're coming on?
Mrs. Hendrickson is sending them.
Yes. I have a running list where they are moving to.
Okay.
As soon as their name approved.
So,
Awesome, thank you.
yes, we're keeping the tradition alive. And I think next steps is my last slide. So again, the next step would be to ask you to formally adopt the plan at the reorg meeting, and then we will communicate the plan out to staff, students, and families. It gets posted on our website, shared with the professional development committee, and included in our welcome back to school communication to staff.
Any other questions? If you have any questions after this, please just reach out to Jerry or the team, and we can answer any of those questions for you.
I guess just one quick question.
Yes.
Sure. I know that we're constantly looking at what the best practices are, et cetera, but we're also trying not to, throw everything at the wall that we see, because that can sometimes cause more issues than not. But is this kind of developed, like, we've taken things from last year, or is it kind of the same structure as last year? How has it developed over time? Because I know the committee plays an involvement in that, but how has it kind of grown based off of the knowledge we've gathered over the last year, couple of years?
So we use the basic framework that's provided in the state template for our plan. So that's always our foundation and our starting point, but we customize it to what is going on in Fulton. So included in the plan will be specific things that we have been working on, for example, over multiple years, like letters, but then any additional changes that have been recommended or needs that have been identified. So therapeutic crisis intervention has been one of those identified. Assessing math concepts, training, and more training on math instruction has been identified as a need, so that is in there. Some of the things that continue to be the thread throughout the plan are things like our instructional priorities, those effective practices in the classroom that promote student engagement. Those stay consistent, and we focus on new ways to do that. And while literacy has been a focus, we've really, under Mrs. Hendrickson's leadership, taken a look at writing and what role writing plays, and how do we enhance our students' writing skills and our teachers' ability to instruct in writing and also embed writing throughout multiple content areas. So that's how it evolves. Again, multiple data points. We do surveys with our staff. We did surveys last year after our professional development days to kind of get their feedback on not just the content, but the format, the presentation style, how they liked to learn best. So we take all of that into consideration when developing the professional development opportunities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Geithner. Next item is our Title I Family Engagement Policy.
This will be quick. There is no slide. In your backup, you've got a memo. Annually, we go through a process of taking a look at our Title I Family Engagement Policy, which we did again this year. And as a requirement of our federal funds, we have to be very deliberate in how we undertake family engagement. It is an area that we continue to struggle with and continue to build on each year. So this policy, again, will be before you for approval at your reorganizational meeting on July 9th. And we did get feedback and input. We took some feedback from our surveys, as well as in-person meetings and feedback, particularly from the District Coherence Council and joint site-based participants, as we grappled with family engagement and what that really meant, how we define it, and doesn't have to look the same for everybody. So that's part of this policy, is offering multiple ways for families to be part of the school experience.
Now, you've had several meetings for Title I over the year. Did you have a good number of participants from families?
We did not.
How many meetings did you have again?
We had 4 maybe 5 meetings this past year.
Okay.
So
how do we, I mean, we're letting our families know, but how can we promote that? Like even us as board members, how can we promote that for families, you know, to take part of that?
it's definitely one of the things that we are struggling with, and we had family engagement coordinators who worked in partnership, and our Central New York Leadership Development team, they did their district study project on increasing family engagement and participation around a framework called the Dual Capacity Building Framework for Family Engagement, which focuses on how do we as educators learn a little bit more about how to engage families, and how do we support families in engaging and advocating more with us. So that will be the focus moving forward. We're hopeful that will yield. But again, in everything that we do, if you could just get the word out, tell people they're welcome to bring a friend. One of our sessions, we showed one of the Screenager films, and we had a family from another district who came, but only 2 families from our own. So we'll take all of the family engagement we can get and all the community support. We'll continue that work, and we're open to ideas.
I think the other piece to answer one of those questions would be at the July 9th meeting, we'll be getting a communications, our new website plan, which will include Parent Square, which will allow us a new platform, which from what I've heard, many other districts are moving toward it. It will really offer many more opportunities. And we're also met with City BOCES public relations, and we've talked about a communications plan as well. And this is one of those areas. We talked about an attendance kind of thing the other day, really how do we get that out there around chronic absenteeism. But this is another area, parent engagement. How do we get our parents more involved? And part of that would be really cultivating and asking them, tell us how we can get you more. I mean, this Parent Square is going to offer us more opportunities and a lot of different frameworks for parents to choose if this is what they'd like to get, how to get it. So that'll be at the July 9th meeting, I believe. Isn't that right, Dr. Lacey? Okay. So more to follow.
So there could maybe possibly be a space in there where you're kind of asking what times, because maybe it's the time of day of the meeting that you're having at. I know you usually have them in the evening, but
we have asked that question on surveys. Our family engagement coordinators actually did separate surveys, both in person, like they made some phone calls, they talked to some people in person and sent it out in a digital format as well, just to get a general sense. And I think the answers we got back was there's no good time for everybody. So offering multiple opportunities. One of the areas that we really see high levels of parent participation is in celebrations. So, you know, we drove by our moving up ceremonies or our kindergarten and preschool celebrations. We saw lots of families. Our athletic events, our musical productions, our plays and musicals, we get a lot of participation. I think one of the things we've learned from the research around family engagement is that is family engagement, right? It's not only coming to a structured meeting, it's also those other things as well. So figuring out how to capitalize and get multiple exposures for families and multiple opportunities would be our challenge moving forward.
thank you. Do we hire out for family engagement coordinators, or is that like an extra stipend for just like a teacher or an employee?
Correct. It's a stipend that we provide as part of the federal grant, the consolidated grants.
How many do we have?
We have 2.
2? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Geithner. The Code of Conduct, Mrs. Sheldon?
Hey everybody, I also do not have slides, but you should have shared with you a memo and an updated draft from last year's code. So I'm just going to go through and sort of hit some of the highlights and answer any questions as they come up. So again, the Code of Conduct is presented to you for review and hopefully adoption each year. This year I met with district school culture teams, the school culture student advisory team, and asked those groups to sort of go back to their buildings and their teams to solicit feedback around the code, asking if there were areas that they felt like we really needed to focus on, what recommendations would they have in those areas, and ultimately why would that serve student growth in school, why would that be helpful to students. And so the feedback that I've included in the memo is what we'll be discussing briefly tonight. So the first part is sort of a caveat in section A7 under prohibited student conduct. I wanted to include this for your information because there was a lot of conversation around the use of electronic devices and recording within school buildings and classrooms. After some conversation among building leaders, administrators, and some school staff, it was determined that that particular behavior for guests and for students was already covered under the code. So we're not recommending changes, but I wanted you to be aware that was part of the overall conversation. Under the same section 7, under letter F, that addresses academic misconduct. The feedback in this section primarily came from a group, a focus group led by Dan Sherman that really centered on artificial intelligence. And he spent a lot of time this year researching what this means for schools and, where do we go with this as a district. And so he spent a lot of time talking with staff mostly this year, and they recommended, mostly in areas 1 and 2, they added definitions for plagiarism and cheating, and then added these specific lines related to artificial intelligence there. Just an update in that section. In section 9, which addresses disciplinary penalties, procedures, and referrals, these were minor updates of pieces that were just mostly omitted from the last code, but are categories of major behavior infractions that adults within the building can select if they're documenting a particular behavior that a student displayed. Out of assigned area was a particular behavior that high school staff, particularly our students in the alternative education program at the high school, spent some time talking about. They would like to have further conversations about how to support students who are not attending class, but are also still in the building at particular places, which helped us realize that the out of assigned area piece was missing there. It was still a category, it just wasn't in the code, specifically in this part. And the addition of the vapor product to the use of possession and tobacco. So those are not major changes, just updates. I wanted to spend a moment to highlight some of the feedback that our school culture student advisory team provided with us. We met with this team monthly from October through June 12th, and for about 90 minutes each time, they would begin with some lunch and just conversation and hanging out with each other. But then we quickly would move into getting to the work that they felt was really important. They provided us feedback on the areas that in relation to the code, but also in other areas over the course of the school year. Areas related to school culture they felt like, from the student perspective, we really needed to focus on. And we charged them. So the team was made up of students from each building in grades 5 through 12. So we had one representative each from each building in 5th grade. So 4 5th grade reps, 4 6th grade reps, and then 4 representatives from 7th and 8th grade each, and then 2 representatives from each grade level at the high school. And we would come together once a month, as I said, and they really like to work, and they like to share their feedback. And one of the things we really focused on this year was the communication piece, back and forth. So we would have our meetings, and they would sort of have homework to go back to their buildings and meet with their culture coaches in the building, talk about their objectives for the month, and then they were supposed to be bringing some of that information back. Now, we still have to refine that process a little bit from the adult side and from the student side, but I think that we did move a little closer to our goal for that this year.
How do you go about choosing your students? Are they the same students? Like, so would the 5th graders move up to 6th grade? Would they get a new opportunity the following year? How do you go about finding your students?
That's a little bit of both. So we try to communicate with the elementary buildings and help them sort of recruit folks who might be interested, explaining to them what it is and what our expectations are. You know, they need to come to the high school once a month, things like that. We want students who are willing to share their concerns, that feel confident enough to go out and talk to other students in their building, maybe students in other classrooms that aren't their own. So there's a certain sort of confidence and personality style that certainly requires, but we also want folks who are willing to challenge us as adults and aren't afraid to speak up in larger groups. Lots of times Mr. Henderson, Mr. Murray from the high school would join us, and so we're just looking for folks who want to get involved, demonstrate some leadership, and have their voices be heard, but also, you know, we spend a lot of time talking with students about, it's not just their voice that they're coming to represent, but it's the collective voice of their classroom and their grade level and their building. So at the end of this year, we did speak with students and give them the option, if they demonstrated those skills for us over the course of the year, we had some conversations with students about that, give them the opportunity to come back. They're able to say, you know, no thank you if they choose to. But we do try to keep consistency so that a larger core of the group understands the process and the way that we facilitate the meetings, and we will start and refresh and reteach the process. But if most students are aware, then we don't have to reteach for the whole new group.
Okay.
Did I answer your question? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So one area that this group in particular spent a lot of time talking about in different conversations over the course of the year, you'll notice in the second bullet, they really want to have a better understanding of what's in the code, what are their responsibilities, what are their rights, what do we expect from them. We do directly teach that in each building at the beginning of each school year, but their feedback really highlighted the need for us to do that more often, and so that we can get a better understanding of what their understandings are and what they need from us. The other piece was consistency of implementation. And so they want to be reassured that as adults we understand the code, that we're implementing it consistently and fairly across all students, using progressive discipline, teaching, reteaching, using our restorative practices, skills and staff. They specifically recommended they are really enjoying and learning a lot and growing from the work that our restorative practice specialists are doing. I would extend that to our social emotional learning interventionists that we contract through preschool schools with. They also rely, a lot of their work is centered on restorative practices, and the conversations they're having with students as they're developing social skills really is about their role as part of a larger community and what, you know, their behavior and either pro-social or in other ways impacts the school community at large. So students are really looking more at that, and that will be highlighted in some of our professional development opportunities that Mrs. Beckman mentioned.
The students are, they are asking for more alternatives to suspension.
They do.
Yes. From the high school, because I hear the exact opposite.
What was part of the high school?
The alternatives to suspension and how there's just no accountability and no discipline, that nothing happens if somebody goes against the code of conduct.
So we spent a lot of time talking about that, and a piece of that is understanding the progressive nature and the different sort of dispositions or responses to behavior that we can have as a district, up to and including suspensions, but also understanding that while there's a time and a place for suspensions, it's not the most effective in terms of changing behavior or students learning. So we've spent a lot of time talking about that with them. They brought experiences from their own buildings. This particular group really had particular empathy for some of our students who are in special class, assigned to special classes and may have particular struggles with emotional regulation and maybe demonstrating some of those behaviors that are more outward and more publicly visible than some others. And so that is students coming to us with those concerns and wondering how to support them and what do we do different, and understanding that while their behavior is not sometimes safe or okay, that that there's a learning process that goes with that. And we need to balance the safety and the understanding of all students involved with learning and support and other pieces. So that doesn't necessarily mean that restorative practices happens independently from another type of consequence, for lack of a better word, but they want to see more of that in the development of understanding the impact of our behavior on others. So that's really what the restorative practices piece was, not necessarily as a consequence, but as learning how to improve behaviors and regulate emotions and get along with others.
And this is coming from this, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
This is coming from this core group. They're actually bringing you information from their peers? Or is this just this group understanding and wanting to?
In this
like how do
particular-
you know if it's reaching other students in their buildings, I guess?
So, yes, in this particular group, and this particular club, they came to us with this after a particular experience that they had discussed, somebody had experienced in their building, and then they had discussed, I think, as a classroom, and then they brought it back. They had decided in their building that this person was going to bring it back. I think that the student had spoken up and said, hey, I'm a part of this group. We talk about these things sometimes. I will bring it back to the group. That said, that process of that information sharing and meeting with students is something that we are going to have to continue to refine. And again, and that's our behavior as adults, ensuring those systems are in place for students to have that mechanism to communicate with and for their peers at school, but also reminding them that, that's what we need for them to do. But that.
So for this group is for a code of conduct, right? And to go over the code of conduct, am I understanding that right?
So
to
this
go over
group,
certain, what is it? I can't sections of the code of conduct. Thank you. Certain sections of the code of conduct, and then you talk about them. Like, should we keep it? Should we revise it? Like the dress code. So what do you think about the dress code? Things like that?
Yes. So that was one task that we asked them to do over the course of this year. They spent a lot of time last year. They were very passionate about the dress code. But they look at, and we talk about anything that has to do with school culture. So the things that we're talking about are district level building and building level school culture teams. They bring ideas to us. We come to them with, hey, we're talking about this. What do you think? Can you take this back to your buildings and come back to us with feedback? So code of conduct is a piece of that. but it's really anything that falls under the umbrella of school culture. So we spent a lot of time this year talking about the strategic coherence plan. They provided feedback on that, ways in general that we can create environments in our buildings and in our district that help students, adults, visitors feel more welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
For some reason, I was confused about the code of conduct. Because it sounds great. The kids learning about how to handle emotions and feelings and talk about them, that's great. But the code of conduct is there so that our students are learning and they have a safe learning environment without disruption or minimal disruptions. So I was just getting the two confused, I think.
And those things they overlap. And
they overlap,
intertwine.
yes.
Absolutely. And they were very passionate about that. I would say they spent the most time talking about those types of things.
It's a very interesting topic, and it would be, a great class, but the code of conduct is there for a reason. You know what I mean? But they are definitely important discussions for sure.
Absolutely.
And I have concerns with, as a board, with looking, and I can understand the reason for sort of practices as alternatives like they are discussing. However, my concern is where the liability falls. I know we have other districts in the area that have had major issues and they followed restorative practices, and yet they're still being sued by outside resources. And my concern is the liability, and are we doing enough? Is just a talking circle enough? Like, I don't know. I don't know what. I can understand the students wanting that and encouraging that, and on paper it looks great. But as a liability standpoint, where discipline needs to be involved or behaviors are involved, where do we fall?
I was thinking along those same lines. We have like 4 5th graders, 4 6th graders, and then as we get older, the kids get older, we have less representation, but the problems get bigger. And teaching them at a younger age how to handle yourselves, how to handle situations at the elementary level is wonderful. Every kid should learn how to handle things when they don't go their way, or if somebody's yelling at you, how do you handle that? But as you get older, there are consequences for your behavior. And sometimes talking about it and saying you're sorry to the person is just not enough. And I don't know if that's where you're getting at, and if kids at an older grade see Fallon going out and vaping in the bathroom and there's nothing happening about it, I'm gonna be next in line. She comes back and I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna go too. There just has to be.
It has to be equal for everybody. There has to be consequences to actions, and I think talking about it and why you're doing behaviors and coping are valuable skills to offer our students as well. But again, from a liability standpoint, as a district, I'm concerned with that being in the future code of conduct.
And I guess my thought, just if I'm getting this right, this does not mean there's no accountability. It's just looking at, I think, what's going to be the most effective in terms of, say you did go hardcore and you just threw out everybody that you thought was going to be trouble. If that's not being effective and kids are coming back and still exhibiting the same behaviors, I think that's why we're looking at these different ways of doing things and taking different approaches. I don't think that anybody who's been working on this stuff is saying, we're not going to do the things and hold people accountable. I just think it's looking at the right tool for the right situation, looking at each thing and realizing that the code of conduct doesn't apply equally to each kid because each kid is not equal. And I think that's kind of something we have to look at as well, is that, it's the equality and equity, what does a kid need versus what does a kid have? And if you already have that thing and someone else doesn't, making sure we're providing something for each of the kids, because our goal, especially as we talk about our strategic plan, is that all of the kids have that opportunity. And I know that's sometimes hard, but we have to advocate for all of those kids, no matter how many can put us in tough situations, how many sometimes make things uncomfortable. But I see, the other part is, if someone's doing something and it's going to create a negative culture, if it's going to actually physically, mentally hurting someone, I agree we need that accountability, but I don't think that's not in place if I'm understanding that correctly.
So yes, and I appreciate the concern. This is not a replacement for any sort of consequence or accountability. And we are not suggesting, and students are not suggesting that there's no appropriate time for a suspension. There's absolutely appropriate times. We just want to make sure that when we are suspending, that it is those appropriate times, but we're also pairing it with learning opportunities. And so even if there's restorative practices happening, there could also be, lunch detention or in school or parent conference or referrals to outside agencies. It's usually sort of a combination of those things. And to Mr. Connor's point, we follow a progressive discipline model too. So while there are some pretty standard responses for the most unsafe or egregious sort of offenses, right? Some of the lower level where safety is not necessarily at risk, that looks a little different depending on the circumstances surrounding what was going on. And actually that was one of the feedback pieces that the students gave. Understand where we're coming from, try to understand the situation before you make a decision on, how to fix it. So, so no, we are not suggesting no suspensions whatsoever. And in cases of safety and for anybody involved, we would not suggest other measures in addition to that.
And I think one of the other parts about the restorative piece is we continue to learn about it and how to implement it well in a school setting is that the restoration of harm also is driven by the person who's been harmed. So the terms that they set are a very important part of that conversation. So if I am a person who's been harmed, I'm not going to be made to sit in a restorative circle or conversation if I am not in a place where that is where I am open to participating, right? So there's a lot of things for us, I think, to continue to learn. And to Tammy's point, the restorative piece is not in place of consequences. They typically work best when paired. And our data definitely demonstrates that we have not stopped using suspension as a consequence for those situations that warrant that level of consequence and intervention. I think what we will see more clarity to your point about the liability piece, Fallon, is more guidance from New York State about how to incorporate this into codes of conduct, which is a direction that the state has made pretty clear that they are heading and investing a lot of resources in staff development and trainings around how to do that effectively.
That was one of my questions is, we're talking about this at the student level, but does our staff understand the difference as well? Like, are they getting the trainings? You're saying that the state is going to start implementing or wanting us to do more of those, but the difference between the consequence and the reason why we're doing restorative, because, let's face it, I know my thoughts when I'm in my work environment. I understand what you're telling us here in our board environment, but I also hear from our people who work for you guys. So, not everybody's on the same page, as I guess is what are we have a plan
There's
to be on the same page? 'Cause that might
there's
make
definitely a disconnect, for sure, a disconnect, because just being a teacher in a classroom and sending, if you get to the point where you have to send a student out for the same behavior in September, and it is now June, and that same behavior is occurring, whatever is happening when they're outside of the classroom isn't working. It's because the same behavior is occurring under the same circumstances. So I think that's where, at least we're not seeing that it's working. We see the same behavior coming back. So I think that's the hard part to understand and the disconnect.
It's tricky. And so what we are doing, and it's been a growth process, so we had to, as staff and as leaders, gain the understanding of what restorative practices is and how it works. And to Jerry's point, it sort of evolves. And so we have spent some time each staff development day with more PD for staff. Our restorative practices team is tasked with, especially this summer, putting together additional sort of bite-sized PD and, you know, coaching for staff on what this looks like. We do have staff that are gaining experience and are becoming more comfortable. And restorative practices is also not just about the consequence side, but it's about that community building, that preventative piece, right? And so it's about building relationships within the classroom and not just between the adult and the students, but among the students. Because, you know, the research tells us that if we're connected to somebody in a positive way, the likelihood of those negative behaviors, especially those maybe more aggressive seeming behaviors, are less likely. Does it guarantee that it won't happen? Absolutely not. But also within the classrooms, we're working with staff to going back to our school culture and our PBIS expectations in teaching and reinforcing the behaviors that we're looking for. You know, in our triangle, and as much as we teach and reteach within our classrooms about expected behavior, and, you know, whatever happens outside the classrooms when students are asked to take a break or need to be removed, you know, all of that is just about teaching and reteaching and working with the adult. And another piece that we're working on that became very clear this year was the communication between the staff, the support staff that are working with and teaching the students outside the classroom, coming back and communicating that process with the folks that are in the classroom, because what we're finding is that a lack of understanding of that larger process is creating some of that disconnect between, you know, I don't know what happened when the student was out of my room, they came back, and it happened again a week later. So trying to fill those gaps and trying to build understanding and working as a team to develop those outcomes, because, you know, the phrase "it takes a village" is really true. It takes all of us working together and having that communication piece and trying to come up with new ideas, because for those students that demonstrate similar behavior repeatedly, we just haven't figured out yet what works for that particular student, and we need to keep trying. And so getting feedback from the families and from the student and having consequences and reteaching, it's ever-changing and ever-evolving, and what works in September might work in October and then not work anymore in November. And so it's an ever-changing process.
So you touched base on that. It's important to have that connection, whether it's your teacher, your student, your support staff coming in for your students. And sometimes whatever's happening just doesn't work. I would hate to hear or see that we're making that teacher or staff member or support staff person feel like they don't have a connection and they're the problem. Because that's some things that we have heard too. So what kind of supports do we put in place for those who, I mean, they're probably not the problem. It's probably a combination of a whole bunch of stuff. But if they're feeling that they're being told that they're the problem because they don't have a connection, how do we help them? I mean, we don't always have connections with everybody. You may have a connection and it's not as big of a connection as I might have with Jen that I might have with you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how do we help our people so that there's that?
I think one of the things that I would add to that, what Tammy's saying, and building off something that you said, Jen, what's happening outside the classroom, we talked about that, right? Restorative practices can't happen external to the community in which something either positively is being built or harm has happened. So that's one of the biggest challenges I see of implementation in the school environment, the time, you know, the expertise, the capacity to have those really meaningful, embedded practices. And we can see it growing in lots of different spots in the district, but not consistently. So I think that is part of it too. And to your point, not everybody has the same level of relationship, right? There's some kids who would identify, you know, someone different than the adult who appears to be the kindest and most connected to them as their person, right? So some of that is perspective as opposed to something that someone has done or not done to create that relationship or perceived lack of relationship. And I think that that's some of the power that Tammy's talking about. If we can get this, that will benefit a lot of our students and our community as a whole.
To Mrs. Allegor and Mrs. Manville's point as well, they touched on this a little bit. My concern is there is a great disconnect between what the district's goals and visions are for restorative practice and what our community feels about restorative practices and our staff as well. There's a large gap there. And some of the concern as well, rightfully so, is when we talk about restorative practices and progressive discipline and things like that, is once our students hit 18, they're all equal under the law. You know, part of our concern is, are we setting these students up for failure because the moment they turn 18 and something happens, they're liable. And at what point do we have to make sure that we're noting that, you know, a restorative circle or talking about is not going to be effective once the police show up or something happens. You know, there's big concern in the community, you know, about it. So I just, again, want to make sure those issues are noted.
We're talking a lot about restorative practices. Are we teaching them consequences? Are we teaching them that there's discipline as well as these restorative practices? Because I haven't heard anything here tonight talking about discipline. It's all restorative practices, which I agree with. But if there's no consequence?
It's often paired with the consequences, as we mentioned. So, and I think to maybe Mrs. Albavor's point earlier, the goal of a school, the function of a school is to teach, right? And so we use the restorative process to help us with that teaching piece, but it's also, as appropriate, paired with the consequences as well. So it's not in place of, and so part of that, and going back to what Mr. Hendrickson was talking about in relation to Portrait of a Graduate, we are, even as parents, trying to grow adults, right? We are trying to teach them along the way that, no, this is not okay, teaching them, you know, pairing it with consequences, but also teaching them skills to do better or differently next time. Still might not be exactly where we want them to be, but if we can turn that dial one notch each time, that would be considered growth.
But if I heard
I'm Jen. Oh, I'm Jen. Jess isn't here. That's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's been a long day.
You said the consequences, there's not, you're hearing there aren't consequences. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we're back to that. Restorative practice, but are there consequences? You're saying you're teaching them, but are we upholding to the code of conduct and disciplining appropriately as well? That's my point. Because if the students don't feel that we are, then
I think sometimes where we get stuck with that, and I would say we do, is it a process that we can always get better at? Absolutely. With the teaching, with the responding to behaviors. But a piece of that is similar to the example where students are being pulled out of a classroom, some things are happening and then they come back in, and you don't always often see what happens when the students are outside the classroom. We're not publicly demonstrating, nor can we share when a consequence is applied to a student. We can't share that with other parents. We can't share that necessarily even with staff, and certainly not with students.
Can you share it with the board? We have a need to know.
I can share data with you, certainly. Yeah.
Here's a huge one. So we talked about the code of conduct, and in the code of conduct that was up on the screen tonight, it was talking about our students where they should be. Are they at their designated area, in their designated class?
Oh, out of assigned area.
Yes. And from what I'm hearing, and from what I know of my own children, they are not. They are not. And I don't know if it stems from it or if they were like, yeah, it's COVID. It's like, it's an aftermath of COVID, and I'm so sick of that word. But if a kid wants to get up and leave a class because they're feeling uncomfortable or sad, or if they have a hot pass and they just want to leave, that is usually when problems start occurring. They don't go to class, mine don't. They will use the excuse, and that's where the interruptions of learning are taking place. In the hallway, disruptions, and it's hard to have an environment conducive to learning with all the distractions going on. I'm not going back to class, and then all the stuff that they say loudly. So I don't know, I see sort of a direct correlation with that, because it's almost like the inmates are running the asylum. You know, I can speak for the high school, that's where my kids are. And they are not where they're supposed to be. And if they say that they just leave because they're feeling uncomfortable, and they're, I guess, allowed to do that. And I don't know if that's a restorative practice thing. I don't know if that is part of it, if that's where it came from, that's where it stems from, but I think it's worth looking at because it's a problem.
And I think you underscore something really important. Like, I don't know if that's a restorative practice thing, right? That's a great question.
Right.
Because that's not a restorative practice thing. And I think part of the work that we still have to do is consequences are, and accountability is the heart of restorative practices, right? How am I held accountable to my community for something that I did that wasn't appropriate? That's the restorative piece. Then to Tammy's point, the community building piece on the other side. How do I create something that we would actually need to restore if it were harmed? Like, there has to be community as the foundation. And I think one of the other concerns that we continue to hear is this, as if it is like, I think, and Fallon, you've mentioned it a couple of times tonight, the restorative conversation isn't the fix, right? Nothing is the fix. The suspension isn't the fix. The restorative conversation isn't the fix. The development of skills and a different way of interacting with people is the long-term fix. And so how do you combine all of those things to something that's more effective than what we're seeing with repeat behaviors that continue to be problematic and disruptive? And how do we build the right combination of things to make that happen? Because one restorative conversation may be able to repair some disconnect in a classroom, and I think we've seen that happen with elementary schools in particular, where they're really embracing that, and some here at the junior high level too, where we've seen some promise. But that is not like, okay, one and done, right? I always equate it to a car wash. When you have a dirty car and you drive it through the car wash, it comes out sparkling clean on the other side. Our kids and we humans are not that. We don't go through one cycle of rinse and come out without any flaws or continued need for some kind of intervention or support. So those are the combinations, I think, that Tammy's been working with her team on to try to figure out what is the right combination and how do we help people understand it in a way that doesn't make it feel like they're being let down or that nobody is being held accountable. Because if we're doing restorative practices well, the heart of it is accountability.
I think that you hit it on the head. I really do. I think what the community and parents are looking for is accountability. And it, for different reasons. I want to see accountability for what's happening in school so my child can learn. I want to see accountability for my child because they are struggling, and how else are they going to learn? And what does that look like for my child? I don't know, and you're struggling. So it is that accountability word that we struggle with. So I think that is a good point.
So finally, on the back side of the memo are just some suggested steps. I think based on our conversation here, I would certainly add increased knowledge of all stakeholders in regards to all aspects of the code of conduct, really, and taking a look at that.
It's a tough one. The code of conduct, it's tough.
Yeah. Well, we're dealing with human behavior, and that is not car wash-like in any way.
My car never comes out sparkling clean.
Ever.
It always has spots on it, and it's still dirty. So there you go.
Right? So
there you go.
maybe that's our metaphor.
Right.
Real quick, can I just touch on the AI thing?
Yeah.
So not that this regards everybody in the high school specifically, but I've run into AI problems in my English classes. Our teacher decided to randomly run through everyone's essay through an AI generator.
Okay.
Unfortunately, when you run into your OCC college level, if any student has had any tutorial, we know how to go to our dictionary and use bigger words. So we were actually marked off by our English teacher for using AI when some of us did not use AI. So using certain programs that might say that your paper is, let's say, 89% chance that this is written by AI,
Right.
it will flag words, and some of the words that they flag are common words that people use in the day-to-day. I just fear that people, obviously I know kids in our school have used AI, I've heard it throughout people, but there also are instances where people are not using AI, and so they flag for it, so I just don't know if there's a certain solution for that, because it's one of those issues, but just to keep in mind that there are some students out there who have been taught to use bigger words to kind of learn the vocabulary a bit more, especially with kids going into their college level, and it's just something to look into.
Absolutely. And I think that that is something that Mr. Sherman and his team are taking into consideration, because there is evidence out there that, you know, some folks are using it successfully. I believe they're using AI to check AI. I'm not sure if that is the best model to use, but there's place for it also.
Yeah.
So yes, I will make sure that Mr. Sherman pays close attention. Absolutely.
But I would think too that your specific English teacher or social studies teacher for that kind of essay would know their students, and they would kind of know.
She's a new teacher.
Oh, she's new.
New teacher.
So, but along the lines for most, I would think that they would kind of know their students as they start going through the year and would kind of know. But this too had been an issue before AI. Like back when my kids were in school and there were, you know, other programs that, you know, they would say, oh, you're using this footnotes or whatever, you know. So footnotes and, you know, just different things that you know. Yeah, it's always nice to have a conversation with that teacher about that, and your for future, because you're heading on out.
Yes.
But for your future peers, let them know, or talk to their teacher and the counselor.
Yeah. But to Harper's point, AI is a way of the future, and I feel our district is a little antiquated in our AI position, even reviewing some stuff about, you know, teaching staff about it, and I'm summarizing, but it was basically like, well, we can look at it, but we can't use it yet. And we have other districts who are using AI to help form essay questions and really use it to elaborate their curriculum and things like that, and it's amazing, and we're still kind of stand up to it, and it's a way of the future, and instead of being afraid of it, we've got to figure out as a district how to embrace it and teach our students how to use it responsibly and correctly, because it's not going anywhere, it's only going to get better. And sure, plagiarism is wrong, and we can't just have AI generate an entire essay from us, but I think it's a very useful tool to our staff. I think it's something that we need to, and as the technology department, get used to very quickly, and see how it can benefit our staff and our teachers and our students, and how we can use it effectively.
Dan's not here, so I'll just comment really quickly. I think it was Yogi Berra that said it's deja vu all over again. And I remember way back when the internet first started in education, it was the exact same conversation. You know, some were using it, right. It was the Wild West, you know, how do you use it? What's the appropriate use? When do you use it? How do you deal with things like plagiarism? It's the same conversation, and we're just at the genesis of AI. I mean, we don't know what we don't know about how to use it appropriately in education in an academic setting. So I think what Dan and his team is doing to approach this is the right approach. Because again, I think even universities are struggling with their code of conduct over the use of AI at this point. So I think we've got to take this methodically, and we've got to do it appropriately, and not dive in with what we think is best, because there's no manual or guide for that just yet. I think we're still in that mode of let's see how it all plays out.
And the message he has delivered is that it holds a lot of promise, but we need to have a policy in place before we give access to these various platforms that could have unfortunate consequences. And without policy to guide that decision making, we have asked people to think off a little bit.
So that committee is generating policy ideas that will then come to the policy committee, as well as the guideposts and parameters. So we want to go quickly, but we want to do responsibly to make sure, because we talk about liability, there's that component as well. So, but again, it's making sure then we need to educate our teachers, because it's a great tool, but a tool that, just like the conversation we just had around the code, people are on a range. of understanding and knowledge and skill sets around each one. So we need to be able to provide supports and direction for them.
Yeah, and sure, and I certainly absolutely agree to that. I think, though, this isn't something we should just kick the can down the road, get to it eventually, because our students are way smarter than we are with technology. They're going to get to us faster than we can even train our staff, so.
It's not going to be long. It's just they've been meeting when they start, April, March,
Yeah.
April, January, somewhere in there.
And I'm not arguing with you, you know that, but I think this is, to some degree, but what we're experiencing today in social media is a reflection of that fast speed approach we took to the use of the internet with students. And I've been doing this for 30 years in terms of integrating technology with students. And this is a word of caution with that. What do we experience with social media right now with our young learners? You know, so I would just say that what Dan's team is doing is a very responsible approach to understanding what AI means and what we need to be cautious of moving forward. It isn't entirely beneficial. AI does have there are some issues with AI that we need to be responsible with. So I think we've got to look at this methodically and carefully. But I get it, it's also wonderful. It's creating some great things in education and learning, and what it's doing in technology is amazing. You just have to take that proper approach.
To your point, Parker, you made me think of something, going back to behavior in the code. We need to have some conversations about how do we use those as adults, as teachers? How are we using those programs? And then what's our approach to having conversations with students about that? And then, you know, because with any system, there are faults in it, and you know, mistakes are made, and I would rather have that be more about the conversation, so we want to be careful about, you know, so thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you for taking our questions and concerns.
Absolutely, thank you for them.
Thank you, Michelle. And the next item is Operations and Finance Report. Dr. Lisi.
Sure, I'm actually going to turn this over to the super, if you wouldn't mind. To who? Super? On the super?
Sure. So we're presenting now, these are the May financials. The last meeting we had April financials. I know it's a quick turnaround, but the revenue expenditures for the month of May. Again, you know, kind of similar to where we were at that time last year. And in terms of the revenue that we'll see from the end of May until the end of June, we will get one final state aid payment that we're expecting this week. And we'll make our final requests for our grant money as well. So that will be the conclusion of the revenue portion. And then you can do the expenditures as well. And again, this is as of May 31st, so certainly doesn't take into account all the activity that occurs in June, which is quite a bit. And then just another look at the cash flow, and kind of, you know, on track to where we expect it to be. With a little bit of a spike in the revenue as we got the final state aid and grant payments that we talked about.
Questions? Again, that's May, end of May.
Okay. That's the conclusion of the superintendent's report this evening.
All right, thank you. Going to move on to our finance section, 4.01. Can I get someone to accept the financials?
Move it.
Second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 4.02, to approve disposal of surplus property. Somebody move it?
I have a question.
Can we
Does it
move
have to be moved
Yeah.
first?
Can we move it first? Yeah. Somebody second?
Second.
Yes, discussion.
Yeah, I want to talk about the weeding list again. Way back last year, I asked if we had a weeding list, if I could get a reason why we're getting rid of books. And this is a nice list, but I don't need to know who removed it. I don't need to know the barcode. I don't need to know the ISBN. What I would like to know is, why we're removing certain books and what are we doing to replace them, which is not on here. An example, I'm looking at the high school right now, and we've got ASVAB. I think there's a couple of them here. The ASVAB is the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery. Are we replacing those? Do we have any others? Go down the list, and we've got 20 great career building activities using Pinterest. We're removing it. We got 20 great career building using Twitter, using TikTok. Isn't this what the kids are using in high school? Why are we removing career builders? And what are we doing to replace them? I can go on, I can go book by book. But I'm just asking for a list of books, why we're removing, and I'd like to get those before we get to this point where I've got to vote as to whether or not we're going to remove them. So I can't get a 1,500 book list on Friday at 5 o'clock, expect to be able to go through all of them. If that's what you want, I'll do that, and then we can talk about them at this meeting or at the next board meeting, book by book. I'm willing to do that. But I don't think my request is that hard. Why are we getting rid of books? What are we doing to replace them? And in the future, if we could get something smaller than 1,500 books at one time, that would help. So that's my discussion. Anybody got any thoughts?
Let me ask the team this. When we're removing books, sometimes it's because they're damaged, sometimes it's because they're not populated enough. And I know Mr. DiGirome's been asking for a long time for that, but what does our budget look like for? I know, for instance, in my district, there's a certain time of year that you're allocated the money to pay for the books, but every district's different. So can you kind of let us know, like, so we're getting rid of books, but if we're going to replace them, is there one, two, is there several times a year, one time a year? When do they get the opportunity to replace books? Or is it just whenever? I mean, how does that, what does that look like? I guess I'm just...
They have a library budget throughout the course of the year that that library media specialist manages.
Right.
So they're given X amount of dollars to the library. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Lisi?
They get allocated a certain amount of money for library and textbook, the library textbook money, but they also, I'm making an assumption here, but I think we can certainly find out and sort of canvass the librarians, but my guess is that they review the use of the books all during the year, and at the end of the year, that's why you're seeing this large group of books being used on now. And I'm guessing here, but I'll just throw this out, like ASVAB, for example, I know that's updated constantly. That's almost something that the Army or the military services updated on a regular basis. So that's probably why in that case.
All I need to know is that we're replacing it with a newer version, that's all.
And I think,
and why are we buying books in 2022 and 2023 and getting rid of them this year?
yeah, I mean,
You know, we can't use the excuse of nobody's checking them out. Well, they haven't had enough time to check them out.
sure. I think we may need to look at this. I think we approached this conversation before with how the books are in the database and what they have available to them to mark when they do this. That's a conversation we can have with them, and I know that we'll do that, because there must be, we have to look at the database and see if there's a way that we can add something that will give them a reasoning section.
We use a standardized database, correct?
We do use a standardized.
And that's my understanding, and again, I would need the clarification of a person who works in it every day, but my understanding is there's a certain number of fields that they go through when they're doing that. One of the fields on there there isn't a field on there that says the reason why. I think that's part of the issue. Well, and I'm disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, I think that's part of my understanding, and I don't know if any of my staff in the field over here knows.
Paula is one of the programs.
My very first-
And that could be looking at estimated criteria, so when they scan it, they can indicate what the reason is for the meeting.
The very first list that I got looked to me like it was a list that somebody sat, specifically wrote them down. It wasn't this list. It wasn't a list like this. It didn't have all this information on this. All this information isn't important to me. What's important is, what are we getting rid of? Why are we getting rid of it? And what are we replacing it with?
And I think the system is set up that doesn't give that last part of it. That's when this is generated by the book.
But the
Yeah, I
very first
understand.
list was a line item. There was a line item that said, it wasn't this kind of a list. It would look like somebody actually sat down and made up the list.
No, I think what they did, Nick, was they put a checkbox on what they're going to include to show you. So the first one didn't include some of these lines. It only included the title at that point, maybe the year or something. They
So
added
can we
more.
change who removed it and make that column why we removed it?
Not in the system currently, but that has come up. And I think
Right,
that
that's
is something that we, right.
discussing that when we talked about creating our own Google Forms.
Right.
But the librarians have a strict criteria, they're not just removing books, they're for one of the 3 reasons, that it was damaged, it wasn't, it's not something they can take out again, it's not being circulated, or it's been replaced. So the other piece is, we could report the books that we purchased, where they're constantly replenishing and meeting with classroom teachers to see what they need to support their curriculums, that's ongoing all the time.
I'm not concerned with
sending requests, we need this book, we need that.
Yeah, I'm not concerned with classroom curriculum books. I'm concerned with library books.
No, the books that the librarians are purchasing are to support classroom
Classroom projects.
curriculum. So that's ongoing throughout the whole year to support.
And just to further that, the conversation also has to be with Follett, the people who have the software, because they have to add that portion in the database in order for us to use it. We've got a system in place, we're good to go. We have to have them add that in the database, because that database isn't just used by us, it's used by many districts and many entities. So but that conversation is happening, we're not the only ones having that conversation, so I'm hoping that they add that soon. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, that's what that was on our agenda, we talked about it. Mr. Sherman was reaching out to the CMOs to see if that was part of updates that are going to be occurring. And if not, we were going to be a backup plan.
I mean, I'd be asking the same thing if it was a piece of furniture and it just says furniture. What furniture are we getting rid of? And why are we getting rid of it? That's, I just like to know that.
I don't think that's a bad question, I mean, it's almost 1,000 books from just the high school and 600 from Granby, like, that's a lot. That's a lot.
1,622 books, old list. And I didn't even touch on Granby. I mean, there's other questions I would have as to why. Why do we get rid of the Grapes of Wrath? That's not a required reading anymore.
If the book was damaged.
Yeah, see, I don't know that. That's my point.
And I'm just gonna throw this out because it's a possibility. When I worked for the district a bazillion years ago, the lists that are generated this big is because this is the time of year that we went and pulled and organized and helped the librarian come up with what needed to be replaced. We didn't necessarily do that in September, but we started the process. It was huge in May, and then as the kids had their half days, we ended up using a lot of them.
Remember the day we walked through Fair, was it you and I that walked to Fairgrave together, and she showed us the librarian, actually showed us all the books that she was going through.
Yes.
And she was pointing out, this is why this one's going. So, I mean, they definitely have a process they're doing, and they do them in blocks of big chunks of books at a time.
But I like that you guys are
But I hear you
looking
asking for
into-
why, and we hear that. We're trying to develop a system where we can do it without adding incremental time, taking librarians away from working with groups of kids, because we're doing, I mean, there's a balance. Is there a way that we can add it? It's not our program, that's why we had to add the field, figure out how to get that field according to.
We've also asked librarian representative to speak to the board about their process and their mindset around doing this. So I think that's something that we can schedule before the beginning of next year. Because I think it's important to hear their perspective and how and what they do and why they do it, accompanied by the proper system. And we're working on that as well. So we'll do both.
But to Nick's point as well, I don't think it's a bad idea to include reasons for like the building materials or furniture, like putting that on. Like, let's say one of the furniture is desk broken, had a broken whatever, like broken desk or whatever it is. It's just will help us financially make decisions if we know the reasons, whether it's books or furniture or a whiteboard. Why, we're not saying don't dispose of it, we're saying what's the reason attached.
Especially.
We're using a couple of programs, one for the books and one for warrants.
Right.
That we're using other people's software, that they're not answering the questions that I, as a board member, have.
Yeah, sure.
Do we need to look at somebody else for their software? I don't know. Am I the only one asking these questions? Are none of the other boards in the world asking this company these questions? I don't get it.
Sure.
And I think they're basic questions, but anyway.
All right, any
That's all
more
I have,
discussion, or are
Brenda.
we, you're good? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 4.03, approve increase to the 23-24 budget. Can someone move that?
Move it.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. New business action 5.01, approve committee on special education. Someone move it?
Move it. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. 5.02, annual reorg meeting to July 9th. Somebody move it?
Move it. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500.
I'm out of town that week. I wrote that down. I'm out of town. No,
I thought it said you were on the second.
no, 9th. I'm free the 2nd. I'm gone that whole week. I mean, I think I was wearing my glasses when I checked the box, but maybe it's always.
I know that Mrs. Perry had definitely sent out and I know that that date, there were more people for the 9th than the 2nd, but I swear you sent me a text that said you were available the 9th.
I think you said in the last board meeting you couldn't do the 9th too.
Yeah,
Tuesday 9th.
yeah, this has been on the calendar for, like January, yeah. That's okay, I'm just letting you know. Yeah.
Maybe there's a way, when the reorg agenda comes out,
Can we?
and maybe Brenda and you can go over it, and then any feedback
Right,
you have.
if I can FaceTime in, I'm gonna be driving.
I don't,
I'm sure.
I don't know if
Like,
legally
yeah.
we can, but we've looked at,
Can-
I don't think it,
Can we, but if
You can't be a
we
voting
did do
member.
it, you couldn't vote, but at least she could hear, is that something?
well, you
you
can always
look
tune into
into?
our board meeting.
To
Let me
look into that, just so that we can at least have her in part of that, and then if there's anything specific.
Okay.
Like, for instance, committees that you're interested in.
Okay.
Let me know, and I'll put
And we will
that
have
out.
the committees until probably the August meeting,
Okay,
if that's okay with you guys.
that's fine.
That way
way
everyone
you'll
will
be-
be-
Well, then,
A list of
kidding.
them.
Just kidding.
Also, I just want to point out that meeting starts at 5.
yes.
That is a
Yep,
note,
I
didn't.
did mention
you
that.
noted
in
that,
the
yeah.
beginning, so. Okay. Okay, let me pass that one. All right, moving on to action 6.01, approve the policies. Somebody move that?
Move it.
Second. So Tim and Jen. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Personnel action 7.01, accept the resignation.
Move it.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.02, accept leaves of absences.
Move it.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.03, approve tenure.
Move it.
Second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.04, approve a tenure.
Move it.
Second. Was that Jen?
Yes.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.05, approve a tenure.
Move it.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.06, approve a tenure.
Move it.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.07, approve a tenure.
Move it.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 700. I'm sorry. All of a sudden, we gained 2 members. Passes 500.
I think it was 7.07.
That totally could have been it. Action 7.08, approve tenure.
Move it.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstaining, passes 500. Action 7.09, approve tenure.
Move it.
Second.
And Jen, was that Fallon or
Jen,
Nick?
that's what I got.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstaining, passes 500. Action 7.10, approve tenure.
Move it.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.11, approve tenure.
Move
Move
it.
it. Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.12, approve tenure.
Move it.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.13, approve tenure.
Move it.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.14, approve tenure.
Move it.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.15, approve tenure.
Move it.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.16, approve tenure.
Move it.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.17, is that what we're at?
Yes.
7.17, approve tenure.
Move it.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.18, appointment of special assignment.
Move it.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.19, appoint teachers.
Move it. Second.
So Tim and Nick. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.20, appoint replacement teachers.
Move it.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.21, appoint community school program teachers and teacher assistants.
Move it.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.22, appoint teachers eligible to teach targeted summer extended year students with disabilities.
Move it.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.23, appoint Bridges to Success Summer Program.
Move it.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.24, appoint summer school student staff or support staff.
Move it.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.25, appoint summer custodial support and substitute support staff.
I just have a question.
Oh, sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We got
We gotta
Gotta
move
move
it.
it. Move it.
You wanna move it? Who wants a second? Tim? Okay, question?
Yeah, I was just wondering, how, we don't get rid of any of our regular custodial staff, is that correct? Okay, so this just seems like a lot of helpers. I know there's a lot of extra work that goes on, but I didn't count them, but is this by building or?
It's for the district, and typically we'll appoint a handful of helpers and then assign them certain times and days. Not all of them are going to work every single day for 7 hours a day in the summer, so we try to collect as many as we can, and then we'll...
So these are all part-timers?
They'll be whenever they can work, but typically they'll work a couple days a week, and they may work a week or two, so it's not the most reliable source of labor, so we get as many as we can, and then the head custodians will select how many need. Typically, I think we hire 5 or 6 extra per building, and that's what we'll use on a daily basis just to do the deep cleaning.
Okay.
And if I'm understanding this correctly, some of our like teachers' aides and monitors apply for the summer.
It's mainly
school
teachers'
positions,
aides
so
and
that kind of helps.
Their summer, yeah.
And do we have any of our student
We have a
helpers
handful
back
of
in
students
too?
as well,
So
That question was going to come up about the students. I was going to ask that. We have any idea how many of these are students?
I want to say guesstimating 6. We're still having some that have applied, being vetted through our process, and they'll be maybe at the next board meeting. So we're trying to only use the student workers that we've already used throughout the year, and not bring in any extra workers.
Thank you.
all right. So if there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. Action 7.26, appoint athletic coaches. Can I have somebody move that?
Move it.
Somebody second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining?
Aye.
Passes 401. With that, we're going to move into board forum. So let's start with Ms. Ellis. This is your last meeting with us. We're going to miss you so much.
Thank you. It was really fun serving with everybody. I liked being here, honestly, and getting like a real insight on everything, being able to talk to the students when I went back to school. So thank you very much for your opportunity and the help you provided me. Thank you to all the presenters tonight for all the information. I look forward to every good thing that comes to school this year. Best
And good luck to you on your next chapter, because you're going somewhere exciting, correct? You're not sticking around here.
Some people don't think it's exciting, but hey.
Harvard University.
Yeah. There's nothing there.
Well, you chose it for a reason, though, so it's pretty exciting. So, Mrs. Hutchinson.
I just wanted to say thank you to all our presenters tonight. And Mrs. Ellis, thank you so much for your participation with the board. You've been a valuable member, and we wish you much success in the future. And please come back and report to us how you're doing.
Ms. Anita.
Thank you, Harper. It's always a pleasure. We'll miss you very much. You're going to be very successful, and I can't wait to read about you in the paper, because I'm sure that's where you're going to be, being famous. Thank you, Tammy, for presenting tonight. That's a really tough topic, and you presented with grace and patience with all of our questions, so thank you for that. I know it's tough. And Mr. Hendrickson, you're putting things in layman's terms, making connections, so I appreciate that. Everything's flowing together. And Renee, I can always count on you for your sticky notes, and you're like, yep, I already got that. You have things written down. So thank you for being on the ball, and happy end of school year, everybody. All I have to say.
Last sleep,
Yes.
right? And last breakfast.
So that's it.
Mr. Connors.
Again, Harper, thank you for your participation and everything you've done for the board. You know, as far as student leaders go, I think you did a fantastic job, and I look forward to seeing what you go on to do in the future. I would say I want to congratulate all the students, you know, graduation. I always say, you know, each year my favorite part is listening to all the different occupations, fields, where everybody's going, whether it's into the workforce, military, college, whatever that path is. Just to hear, you know, all those things kind of makes, you know, that's kind of our goal, is to get those students representative of a graduate. What's a graduate look like? All of those graduates up there. And so it really makes the work that we do here worthwhile. And I would just like to do a shout out to everybody working in the district. You know, like the quote was, it takes a village to raise a kid. I think, you know, as the Fulton community, Fulton City School District, you know, we're doing a good job. We can always do better, and that each one of you in the district, no matter what your role is, we want you to I want to remind you that what you do matters, and we couldn't do it without you. So thank you to everybody. Congratulations for the end of the year, and I'm looking forward to having you even better next year.
Mr. DeJalorn.
Harper, thank you for your participation. Who's ever going to succeed you is going to have some big shoes to fill. Thank you on your point about AI tonight. That was to the point. I like that, because you're right. You may not need it, but that teacher doesn't know that you haven't used it. So, and on your point about going to someplace where there's nothing, my daughter went to school in St. Kitts. I can't imagine how difficult that must have been to study, but she did it, and she made it through. Mr. and Mrs. Hendrickson, thank you for your report on the strategic coherence plan. Mrs. Geithner, thank you for all you provide on any subject. Appreciate it. And Mrs. Sheldon, is it Miss or Mrs.? Thank you for all the work you've done on the code of conduct. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Kapani, today was your Proud to be a Champion luncheon, correct?
Yeah.
I am so sorry that I missed that. I really tried to get here, however, with our last day of Regents, so I wasn't able to get back to Fulton. But I just wanted to ask you, how did that go? Was it a huge success?
We went through almost all of our food, and we actually recognized one final champion for the 2023-24 school year, and she's sitting right next to me. So we completely surprised her. Working in the same office, it was kind of a hard secret to keep. So when she came up to me afterwards and said I had no idea, we were all pretty proud of it. So I thought it was great. We had just about everybody there except for Finley. Mrs. Richards forgot to bring Finley. Everybody was really disappointed about that. But it was a good way to end the year and to really kind of put an end cap on something that I thought was a very worthwhile and valuable project. And we're hoping to do it next year. And Alex and I have already had plans to meet over the summer and talk about how we're going to make it better for next year.
That's fantastic. To all of our recipients in the community, our school community, who were able.
And I also want to say that we were nominated, the Fulton School Champions was nominated by the National PR School Association, and they're going to be recognized we had an honorable mention, they'll be recognized in Seattle. Alex is going to be the electrician from the city on July 17th.
Wow, that is huge. That is good news to hear.
We had a great group of people that worked. Alex, our committee, I mean, we had a lot of people who came together and really put a lot of effort into it. It was just a lot of fun to be a part of it.
And I got to thank our community members as well who have donated their prizes to honor and support,
Most of it was donations. We started out with a $1,000 budget and we ended the year with a $900 budget. So most of what we provided was donations, and we had 177 nominations from the community for Fulton staff members. So I think it really kind of brought people together and it really recognized some of the hard work and some of the great way of working there. So like I said, it was the most fun that I've had in a long time doing something.
That's great. That's great. I might have heard the rumor that Mrs. Geithner was getting there today. I'm so sorry I missed it, but congratulations.
Nobody knew that.
It's just a fly on the wall sometimes. Maybe I didn't hear it. Maybe it was in the wind.
I didn't tell anybody till the day before, but we tried to keep it.
Maybe I guessed it then. Maybe I had a dream about it. Sometimes I have dreams about these things. I don't know.
We hear everything.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just made it up right there. I don't know. I did have a feeling that you were going to be. So thank you so much for everything that you've done for our district. You have been great in all of your endeavors, and you're definitely going to be missed. What is your last day with us?
My last day is July 31st.
July 31st. So
I'll really should sit at this table to those two fine people, though, for the July meetings.
Are you guys ready to sit up here and take all of our questions, Mr. and Mrs. Hendrickson? All right. I do want to also just say, Mr. Hendrickson, I did enjoy your little stage performance yesterday. I may have seen a video, and that was fantastic. So I'm sure your staff will miss you over there, but it's not the last that they'll see of you. So it'll be great having you both at the table with us. So thank you. And Mrs. Sheldon, obviously, you're the MVP tonight because you were taking all of our questions. It's going right at you. So, and you just did great with answering for us, and we appreciate, like Mrs. Mainville said, your patience with us. So thank you very much. Mrs. Prowl, you're on deck next meeting. So we can't wait to have you sitting at the table with us. And as happy as we are about that, we still are very sad to obviously be losing Harper and Mrs. Papalardo, who has been a great asset to us the last 3 years. I have a feeling she's not going anywhere. She probably will be joining some of these committees we're trying to get parents on, because she has a wonderful voice for the school district. So thank you, Mrs. Papalardo, if you're out there listening. With that said, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next section, which, let me get to my papers are upside down. Second public forum. Is there anybody who wants to speak at us, to us, with us? Okay. We will move on to action 8.03, executive session. Somebody move that, please. Second. Tim and Fallon. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 500. All right, thank you this evening for joining us.
And there's cookies and refreshments. So we got cookies.
Ready, Chris.
I do that to Gene all the time.
All right. Welcome back. Thank you if you waited. I'm pretty sure that most of you are in bed sleeping like we'd like to be. I'd like to move action 9.01, adjournment.
Move it.
Fallon and Jen. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 5-0-0. Good night, people.
I don't think we've agreed on anything so whole.